Greetings once again, cozy knights. Lower your swords and find a place by the fire. Tonight, our journey takes us into the wildest, deepest recesses of Skyrim's lore. Before we begin, drop a comment below sharing where you are listening from tonight and what games you would like me to cover next, and, of course, subscribe if these tales help you find sleep. The mystery of the snow whales. We begin with a legend that sounds like madness. Snow whales once flew through the skies of Skyrim. Evidence of this exists deep within the Dwemer ruin of Kagrenzel. As you fall through the trapdoor into the darkness, if you look closely at the cavern walls, you can glimpse massive skeletal remains embedded in the stone. These bones are titanic, far larger than any mammoth, and they appear to be the rib cages of something immense. According to apocryphal Nordic folklore and certain ancient texts, these snow whales inhabited the peaks of the highest mountains during the Meroithic era. They were said to sing in magic tones, spreading their joyous snow in a horn-like triumph across the sky. The presence of these bones inside a Dwemer ruin like Kagrenzel suggests a fascinating possibility that the Dwemer studied or even hunted these beasts, possibly exploiting their sonic abilities for their experiments in tonal architecture. The unearthly rumbling that occasionally shakes Kagrenzel's foundations might actually be the sonic remnants of those ancient experiments. While the exact identity of the bones remains unconfirmed, the snow whale connection remains one of Skyrim's most intriguing unsolved mysteries. The instant disappearance the Dwemer did not fade away, they vanished in the blink of an eye. In the year 1700, the entire Dwemer race disappeared simultaneously. During the Battle of Red Mountain, their chief tonal architect, Kagrenzel, struck the heart of Lorkhan with his profane tools. In that exact second, every single Dwemer across all of Tamriel was erased. When investigators later explored the untouched ruins of Banzamskind and Mournhold, they found piles of ash resting on chairs, in beds, and next to weapons and armor. They didn't flee, nor did they transform slowly. They were disintegrated where they stood, while their automatons and machinery continued operating without them, oblivious to their master's demise. Only one Dwemer survived, Bagarn. He was traveling in an alternate dimension when the event occurred and returned to find his entire race erased from existence. The nature of the World Eater. There is a common theological error among the Nords. Many mistakenly believe that Alduin is simply another name for Akatosh, the dragon god of time. This is incorrect and represents a fundamental misunderstanding of dragon theology. Alduin explicitly refers to himself as the firstborn of Akatosh, indicating he is a creation or a specific aspect of the time deity, rather than the deity himself. Ancient texts from the dragon cult era make this distinction clear. Alduin was created before linear time began, alongside all other dragons. However, he possesses unique characteristics that separate him from his brethren. His specific role is that of the World Eater, the being destined to consume existence at the end of each cycle, or Kalpa. This makes him fundamental to the universe's structure. When Alduin forsook this cosmic duty to pursue temporal dominion and rule over mortals, he committed a divine rebellion. This act of tyranny had nothing to do with Akatosh's function as the god of time itself. The language of reality, the dragon language, Dovizil, creates reality. It is not simply a method of communication, but the fundamental source code of the universe. When dragons speak, they are not describing concepts, they are actualizing them through vocalization. A dragon does not say the word for fire and then produce flame through a separate magical effort. The word is the fire, made manifest through draconic utterance. This explains why the Thursday is so incredibly powerful and why humans learning it through years of meditation represents such a profound achievement. The Greybeards understand that speaking in Dovizil without absolute discipline means reshaping reality with every casual conversation. This is why they maintain silence except when absolutely necessary. Even a simple greeting in the dragon tongue carries enough latent power to cause unintended devastation. The words are not representations, they are actualities, reality condensed into sound. The philosophy of Betrayal. Paarthurnax's betrayal changed everything. When he defected from Alduin during the Dragon War, he didn't just teach humans the Thursday. He committed the ultimate philosophical rebellion by denying Alduin's claim to godhood. For a dragon, whose entire existence is predicated on dominance and the hierarchical nature of power, to reject the fundamental truth of draconic supremacy meant admitting that their rule was not absolute or divinely ordained. This gave humans more than just weapons, it gave them the moral justification for rebellion. Paarthurnax understood that the true tyranny wasn't physical, but philosophical, the idea that dragons deserved worship simply by virtue of what they were. His betrayal represented a crack in dragon ideology that could never be repaired. Every dragon who fought for Alduin afterward knew that one of their own kind had declared their premise false, making their continued dominance an act of brute force rather than cosmic necessity. The age of the companions are older than Skyrim itself. They were not founded in this province at all. They originated in Dwemer, the frozen continent to the north, long before humans migrated to Tamriel. When Isgrimor and his 500 companions sailed south after the Night of Tears, they brought this tradition with them. The organization is thousands of years old, predating not just Skyrim's civilization, but the very concept of Mori culture as we know it. Jorvaskr, the upturned boat that serves as their headquarters in Whiterun, isn't just symbolically important. It is the actual vessel that carried some of the first humans to Skyrim's shores. They dragged it inland and built their hall around it, creating a permanent monument to their journey. This makes the Companions arguably the oldest continuously operating organization in all of Tamriel, with traditions and oaths that predate written history. The corruption of the priests, the dragon priests, were once benevolent. The brutal, tyrannical liches that players fight in Skyrim's tombs weren't always monsters. In Dwemer, the dragon cult operated very differently. Dragon priests were respected intermediaries who maintained peaceful relations between dragons and humans. The arrangement was mutually beneficial. Dragons granted magical knowledge and protection, while humans provided tribute and worship. This changed when the dragon cult arrived in Tamriel. Something about the migration, possibly Alduin's growing corruption or the different power dynamics of the new land, transformed the priests into oppressive tyrants. They began demanding horrific sacrifices and imposing increasingly cruel laws. The rebellion that became the Dragon War wasn't a fight against the original dragon cult philosophy, but against what it had become, a perversion of the ancient pact that had once benefited both species. The magic of the summit, the snow on the throat of the world, never melts. At the summit of Skyrim's highest peak, the snow possesses magical properties so powerful it remains frozen regardless of temperature or season. This isn't poetic exaggeration, it is actual magical reality. The snow at the apex carries an enchantment strong enough to create the famous white phial, an artifact that purifies and amplifies any liquid placed within it. The perpetual winter at this height isn't weather, but magic. It is the residual power from the terror and time created when Alduin was banished to the future. The Greybeards maintain their monastery here not despite the harsh conditions, but because of them. The magical cult helps focus their meditation and provides a constant reminder of the Thursday's power. The snow at the throat of the world is as much a part of Skyrim's magical landscape as the Dragon Burial Mountains or the ancient Nordic ruins. The engineering and divinity, the chief tonal architect of the Dwemer, Kagrenzel, was not content with mere mortal achievements. His grand ambition was nothing less than the creation of a god. He sought to craft the Neminium, a massive mechanical deity powered by the heart of Lorcan. His theory was audacious. By connecting the entire Dwemer race to this artificial divinity, he believed he could elevate his people to a higher plane of existence through pure engineering and magical theory. His surviving text, Divine Metaphysics, details this process, treating divinity not as a mystical truth to be worshipped, but as a technical problem to be solved. However, when he struck the heart with his tools at the Battle of Red Mountain, something went catastrophically wrong. Whether the Dwemer became the skin of the Neminium, were scattered across time, or were simply erased remains the greatest mystery in Tamriel. Kagrenzel's attempt to make his people gods may have instead unmade them entirely. The first contract, the founder of the Dark Brotherhood, the Night Mother, was once a mortal woman with 5 children. According to the legends, Sithis, the Void itself, contacted her with a terrible offer. If she killed all 5 of her children, she would become his bride and the progenitor of a new form of worship. She accepted. She murdered her own offspring in cold blood, and their deaths served as the foundation for the Dark Brotherhood's existence. Today, her mummified corpse still contains a consciousness that communicates with the listener, making her simultaneously dead and the active leader of the Brotherhood's affairs. Whether this story is literal historical truth or symbolic mythology passed down through generations of assassins does not diminish its horror. Every contract the Brotherhood accepts traces its spiritual lineage back to those first murders, children sacrificed to create an organization built on death. The impossible cavern, the underground expanse of Blackreach, is not just large, it is geologically impossible. The artificial sun hanging at its center illuminates a space so vast it shouldn't be able to exist beneath Skyrim's mountains without collapsing. Dwemer architecture fills the cavern, suggesting they either discovered this natural formation and expanded it, or created the entire space themselves through unknown means. The glowing mushrooms that light the darkness are not native Tamrielic flora, but a unique species specific to this subterranean ecosystem. While the Falmer have claimed the ruins since the Dwemer vanished, even they do not understand the full scope of what lives in the depths. The dragon Paarthurnax dwells there for reasons no one comprehends, a creature of the sky inexplicably trapped beneath the earth. Blackreach represents the pinnacle of Dwemer achievement, a city-sized cavern that demonstrates technological capability far beyond anything the surface civilizations could imagine. The biology of the Hist ****, the history of the Argonians is literally rooted in reality. Argonians do not develop reproductive organs, or even distinct genders, until they have licked the sap from a Hist tree. Without access to these mystical trees, Argonian eggs will not survive, and hatchlings cannot thrive. This biological dependency means the Argonian race is connected to the Hist on a fundamental, physiological level. The trees are not just sacred symbols of their culture, they are essential to the species' continued existence. This vulnerability nearly caused a catastrophe during the Three Banners War, until it was discovered that a female Argonian and a Hist tree could be transported together to cooler climates to facilitate reproduction. The Hist themselves are ancient beings that predate most of Tamriel's races, possibly existing before the world took its current form. They communicate with Argonians through dreams and visions, guiding the species in ways that non-Argonians struggle to comprehend. The truth of make the liar breaks the fourth wall. This wandering Khajiit serves as Bethesda's self-insertion into their own game, a character who exists specifically to comment on design decisions. His dialogue is a meta-commentary, referencing features removed from previous Elder Scrolls titles, fan complaints, and humorous observations about game mechanics. When Make mentions never finding calipers, he is referencing their removal as collectible items from Oblivion. His comments about dragons flying backward acknowledge a common bug in the game's code. Everything Make says exists in a strange space between in-universe dialogue and developer commentary. His name, the Liar, provides plausible deniability for everything he says. Nothing must be true, which paradoxically means everything could be true. He has appeared in multiple games spanning centuries, implying either a family lineage of Makes or that this particular Khajiit possesses impossibly long life. Either way, he represents Bethesda's acknowledgement of their game's quirks, a wink to players who understand the joke. The army of Ysgramor. When Ysgramor returned to Skyrim after the Night of Tears massacre, he didn't bring a small raiding party. He brought the 500 companions. These were warriors whose individual names and deeds were recorded in Nordic legend. Each one was a hero in their own right, and their combined might allowed humans to establish permanent settlements in Skyrim for the first time. The title of Harbinger used by the modern companions traces directly back to this original group. They weren't just soldiers, they were the founding population of Nordic civilization, warrior settlers who fought the Falmer and carved out territory for their people. The stories of their exploits filled entire volumes of sagas. The modern companions represent a pale shadow of this original organization, maintaining traditions and oaths whose full context has likely been lost to time. The physics of the gourds found in Skyrim are based on real fruit, despite their bizarre appearance and notorious physics bugs. Specifically, they are modeled after the kashaw squash, a native fruit of Mexico used in various baking recipes. Bethesda's art team studied real-world agriculture to create Skyrim's produce, resulting in those odd, crooked shapes that players love to knock around. The fact that these seemingly fantastical vegetables exist in our world adds an unexpected layer of mundane reality to Skyrim's farming. All those random food items nobody uses are faithful recreations of real ingredients. However, the gourd's terrible collision physics are entirely Bethesda's creation, a happy accident that turned vegetables into improvised projectiles and sources of endless entertainment. The view from above the map renders in real time. When players open Skyrim's map menu, they are not looking at a static, pre-drawn image. They are looking at a real-time, 3D rendering of the actual game world from a high-altitude camera. This technical achievement means any visually dramatic action taken in the game world appears on the map. Absorbing a dragon's soul creates a visible orange glow that can be seen from the map view. Major spell effects or weather changes can be spotted from the clouds. This seemingly minor detail demonstrates Bethesda's commitment to maintaining consistency between gameplay and the interface. The map isn't an abstraction, it is an actual view of Skyrim, processed and displayed as players move through the world. This is why the map sometimes shows clouds, weather effects, or day/night cycles, because it is literally looking at the actual game environment. We continue our excavation of the archives, uncovering the ancient betrayals and hidden mechanics that shaped the prophets. The guardians of the graves after the Dragon War ended and the dragons were systematically hunted down, their corpses were not simply left to rot in the wilderness. Faithful members of the dragon cult carefully collected and preserved these draconic remains in the circular burial mounds scattered across Skyrim. These mounds were not passive tombs, they were active sites of worship. The cult operated under the fervent belief that Alduin would eventually return to resurrect the fallen, so they maintained these graves for thousands of years. Even after the cult's political power was broken and its last strongholds were destroyed, isolated cells of cultists continued tending to the mounds through generations. The Droga that now guard these sites are not random undead, they are the reanimated corpses of those loyal cult members. Their undead existence serves as an eternal vigil for the masters they once worshipped. This dedication, spanning millennia, proves that the dragon cult's devotion transcended mere political convenience. They genuinely believed in their master's divinity and ultimate return. The philosophy of silence after the defeat of the dragon cult, the ancient Nords initially used the Thursday freely as a weapon of war. This changed dramatically after the Battle of Red Mountain, where the Nordic tongues suffered a devastating defeat despite their mastery of the voice. Jürgen Windcaller, one of the greatest tongues of his era, interpreted this defeat as a divine sign that the Thursday was being misused. He spent years in meditation, developing the way of the voice, a philosophy that restricts the use of the shout to peaceful purposes, except in times of absolute necessity. His teachings form the foundation of the Greybeard's philosophy. They do not refuse to use the Thursday in combat because they are weak or cowardly, but because Jürgen proved that treating reality-altering power as a casual weapon dishonors the gift and risks catastrophic consequences. The Greybeard's dedication to this principle is the only reason they have survived through the millennia. The Poison Sanctuary, when the Snow Elves sought refuge with the Dwemer after their civilization collapsed under the Nordic onslaught, they believed they had found sanctuary with their fellow mare. Instead, they found a horror worse than extinction. The Dwemer agreed to shelter them, but with a terrible condition: the Snow Elves were forced to consume a toxic fungus. The Dwemer used this unknown poison to permanently blind every single Falmer. This wasn't an accident or a side effect, it was a deliberate act of cruelty designed to make the Snow Elves utterly dependent on their Dwemer masters. The poison didn't just affect one generation, it corrupted the Falmer so thoroughly that all their descendants were born blind, transforming them from a sophisticated elven culture into the degraded, feral creatures players encounter in Skyrim's ruins today. Over countless generations underground, the Falmer have become something barely recognizable as the beautiful, accomplished Snow Elves they once were. Their transformation represents one of Tamriel's greatest tragedies, a proud civilization systematically destroyed by the very people who promised them salvation. The scholar of Talos Heimskr, the seemingly insane priest who shouts about Talos in Wyvern's Market, was not always a street preacher. Before the White Gold Concordat banned Talos worship, Heimskr was a respected scholar whose research focused on Nordic theology. When the ban took effect, his academic findings led him to conclude that outlawing Talos worship would have metaphysical consequences beyond mere politics. He began preaching publicly to preserve the faith, hoping that education would overcome oppression. However, years of being ignored, mocked, and threatened drove him to increasingly extreme proclamations. His sermons grew louder and more unhinged, not because he went mad, but because measured academic arguments failed to convince anyone to care. He represents the tragedy of the intellectual whose expertise becomes a liability when political reality makes truth itself illegal. His annoying street preaching is the desperate act of a scholar watching his life's work become heresy. The invisible curriculum the College of Winterhold is a functioning school, not just a quest hub. Between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. each day, the Masters of Magic actually hold lectures in the Hall of the Elements. These are not just flavor text events, they are actual scheduled mechanics in the game world. The professors speak on their areas of expertise, and the students attend class. If a dragon attacks or another danger threatens the college, the lectures are canceled for 24 hours before resuming their normal schedule. This attention to detail demonstrates Bethesda's commitment to making the college feel like an actual institution of learning. Students aren't just standing around waiting for the player, they are conducting research and following daily routines that continue whether the Dragonborn participates or not. The Library of Skyrim, the 337 readable books scattered throughout Skyrim, contain a combined total of 316,000 words of lore, history, and storytelling. For context, that is significantly more than the Fellowship of the Ring, which contains roughly 177,000 words. The entire Lord of the Rings trilogy totals about 481,000 words, depending on the edition, meaning Skyrim's in-game library represents more than half of Tolkien's complete magnum opus. Bethesda hired actual writers to create this library of fictional texts, treating world building with the seriousness of actual literature. Players could theoretically spend their entire Skyrim experience just reading books without engaging in combat or quests at all. This massive commitment to textual lore demonstrates why the Elder Scrolls games feel so immersive. The history exists in written form, not just as developer notes or wiki entries, but as actual readable text within the game world. The view of Cyrodiil as players rotate Skyrim's map to look south, they can see the white gold tower rising from the center of Cyrodiil's Imperial City. This isn't an Easter egg, it is actual game geography. Bethesda included a simplified, low-texture version of Oblivion's game world on Skyrim's map, visible from certain high angles. Using console commands to disable invisible borders and walk into Cyrodiil reveals this recognizable version of the Imperial City's iconic landmark. This demonstrates that Skyrim and Cyrodiil exist in the same continuous world space, just with barriers preventing normal travel between provinces. The tower's visibility reinforces the province's proximity and suggests that the game world is larger than the playable area indicates, with entire regions existing just beyond the fog of war. The Eternal watched thousands of years after the Dwemer vanished, their mechanical creations continue operating with zero maintenance or degradation. Centurions, spheres, and spiders patrol ruins exactly as programmed, defending spaces their creators can no longer inhabit. This represents an engineering capability so advanced that even Skyrim's 4th era scholars cannot replicate it. The automatons do not require fuel, repairs, or new instructions. They simply continue their eternal watch, powered by mechanisms that defy the current understanding of magic or technology. This suggests the Dwemer achieved a synthesis of magic and machinery that transcended both disciplines, creating semi-perpetual constructs that blur the line between artifice and life. The Shout of Life Alduin possesses a power unique among dragons, the ability to resurrect his kin. The specific shout he uses at dragon burial mounds, Slentide Vo, seems to reverse death itself. No other dragon demonstrates this power, suggesting it is tied to his role as the firstborn or his unique cosmic function. When players encounter dragons emerging from burial mounds, they are interrupting Alduin's systematic resurrection of his ancient army. He is not simply animating corpses, he is genuinely restoring the dragons to life, flesh, and soul. This makes every dragon the Dragonborn slays tactically important. By absorbing dragon souls, the player ensures Alduin cannot resurrect those specific dragons again. The conflict is not just about killing Alduin himself, but systematically destroying his army before he can fully restore it. The Minecraft connection at the very summit of the throat of the world, hidden at the absolute apex of Skyrim's highest peak, players can find a unique item called the Notch Pickaxe. This item is a direct reference to Marcus Notch Persson, the creator of Minecraft. Both Skyrim and Minecraft were released in 2011, making the timing perfect for Bethesda to acknowledge their indie competitor with this hidden tribute. Reaching the pickaxe requires careful navigation and jump mechanics to access an area that is technically above the normal playable space. While the weapon itself has decent stats, its real value is as an Easter egg, a handshake between developers acknowledging that multiple games can coexist in the cultural landscape without competition erasing mutual respect. The buried economy vendor inventories are not magically stored in some abstract data cloud. They physically exist in hidden chests buried beneath the map of each major city. These chests are technically outside the playable area, but they can be accessed through various exploits and glitches. The easiest to reach is in Dawnstar, where players can access the chests belonging to the Kaggia caravan merchants by manipulating the terrain near the Ironbreaker mine. This design choice reveals how Bethesda handles NPC inventories mechanically. Rather than using abstract data storage, items exist in physical containers linked to the vendor. It is an unintentional insight into game development, showing the literal nuts and bolts of how commerce operates behind the scenes. The Reaper of the Soul Cairn. Deep in the Soul Cairn, a hidden boss known as the Reaper waits in his lair. To summon him, players must find 3 Reaper gem fragments scattered throughout the zone and place them at a specific altar. The Reaper appears to be the warden of this afterlife prison, a powerful entity ensuring the trapped souls remain contained. Defeating him yields black soul gems and a Daedra heart, but his true significance is his role in Soul Cairn cosmology. He is not just a difficult fight, he is a functionary in this plane's operation. His existence raises disturbing questions. Who created him? What authority does he serve? Is the Soul Cairn a natural formation of oblivion, or an artificial prison with a constructed jailer? The last stand of the cult in 2139, Squam Snowstrider discovered the secluded monastery of Forlos high in the Gerald Mountains. This fortress contained the last significant concentration of dragon cult loyalists, holdouts who had refused to abandon their faith despite the cult's utter defeat. Rather than surrender to King Harold's siege, they committed mass suicide. They drank poison to deny their enemies the satisfaction of execution. The Dragon Priest Rocket led this final act of defiance, choosing death over apostasy. When Harold's forces finally breached the monastery, they found only corpses. This wasn't cowardice, it was religious dedication so absolute that extinction became preferable to capture. Forlos represents the dragon cult's ultimate end, not destroyed in glorious battle, but quietly expired in isolation, true believers poisoning themselves rather than witnessing the death of their gods. The second Disappearance, a researcher at the College of Winterhold named Arniel Gain, became obsessed with understanding the Dwemer's disappearance. He obtained Keening, one of Kagrenax's legendary tools, and attempted to recreate the exact circumstances that destroyed the Dwemer race. Using a warped soul gem instead of the actual heart of Lorcan, he performed Kagrenax's ritual. The result was identical to the original disaster. Arniel vanished instantly, disappearing without a trace or explanation. His experiment proved that Kagrenax's use of the tools directly caused the Dwemer's extinction. However, it also meant Arniel suffered the same fate. He became a casualty of his own research, demonstrating that some mysteries are better left unsolved. His shade sometimes appears to help the Dragonborn, suggesting he exists in some strange liminal state, similar to what might have happened to the Dwemer themselves. The indigenous rebellion of Forsworn are not foreign invaders or random bandits, they are the indigenous people of the Reach. They are descended from the original Breton inhabitants who lived in Markarth and the surrounding territory long before the Nords conquered the region. Their rebellion is actually an attempt to reclaim stolen land. During the Markarth incident, Ulfric Stormcloak temporarily allowed Talos worship to rally troops to retake the city, but then broke his promise under Falmer pressure. This betrayal radicalized moderate Reachmen, driving them to join the violent Forsworn movement. Their guerrilla warfare and attacks on Nordic settlers represent a desperate insurgency by displaced natives fighting for their ancestral homeland. The game presents them as generic enemies, but understanding their context reveals a much more morally complex situation. They are simultaneously terrorists and freedom fighters, depending on which historical claim you prioritize. The asset of the Dominion documents found in the Falmer embassy reveal a shocking truth. Ulfric Stormcloak is classified as an unwitting asset of the Almoran Dominion. During his capture in the Great War, interrogators broke him, and he unknowingly provided information that aided their cause. Since then, they have been subtly manipulating his actions to serve their interests. The Falmer do not want Ulfric to win his rebellion, they want the civil war to continue indefinitely, bleeding both the Stormcloaks and the Empire without a decisive victory for either side. Every battle strengthens the Falmer's position by weakening their potential enemies. Ulfric fights sincerely for Skyrim's independence, but his authentic passion makes him the perfect tool. He doesn't know he is being manipulated, which is precisely what makes the manipulation so effective. The target of the massacre when the Snow Elves attacked Sarthal and massacred the first human settlement, they weren't acting out of a vague fear of human population growth. They were after something specific, the Eye of Magnus. Deep beneath Sarthal lies this artifact of immense power. The Snow Elves knew of its existence and decided they could not allow humans to possess it. Their attack was a targeted strike to reclaim or destroy the artifact, not a random genocide. The massacre of civilians was collateral damage in a magical arms race. This doesn't excuse the atrocity, but it provides context for why a sophisticated civilization would suddenly commit mass murder against a fledgling settlement. The Eye's power threatened whatever balance existed in ancient Skyrim, forcing the Snow Elves' hand. Isgrimor's revenge and the subsequent extermination campaign against the Falmer was retaliation for what the humans perceived as unprovoked slaughter, creating a cycle of violence that destroyed both civilizations. The masks of the priests, the 8 high-ranking dragon priests, did not serve Alduin collectively. They were each bound to specific dragons in a kind of feudal hierarchy. Their masks, enchanted by their dragon patrons, bore powers reflecting their master's domain and personality. This explains why dragon priest masks have such varied enchantments. They weren't standardized uniforms, but personalized gifts reflecting individual relationships between priest and dragon. The priests convened at Bromjunir in Labyrinthian to settle disputes between draconic territories, serving as a council that managed Skyrim's division into dragon fiefs. This administrative structure reveals the dragon cult was more sophisticated than simple religious tyranny. It was a complete governmental system with checks and balances, where dragon priests acted as judges arbitrating between competing draconic claims. The Saint of the Empire, the player character, is unique in being dragonborn. This power has manifested throughout history at crucial moments. The first recorded dragonborn was Alessia, a slave woman who led a rebellion against the alien masters, liberating humanity and establishing the First Empire. The 8 divines blessed her with dragon blood, allowing her to absorb souls and speak with the voice. Upon her death, she was elevated to sainthood in the imperial religious pantheon. Her legacy proves that being dragonborn isn't random luck, but divine intervention at historically critical junctures. The power emerges when civilization faces existential threats, creating heroes capable of confronting dragons, Daedric princes, or other cosmic dangers. Each dragonborn shapes their era profoundly, with their actions echoing through centuries. The holes in the sky. Moria cosmology understands stars fundamentally differently than Earth astronomy. They are not distant suns or stellar bodies, they are tiny holes torn in the fabric of Mundus. The sun is the largest hole, while regular stars are smaller punctures. These gaps were created by the original deities, the Magna Gu, who fled Mundus after realizing that creating the mortal world was draining their divine power. Rather than becoming fully mortal by remaining, they tore through reality and escaped to Aetherius. The light from stars is actually magical energy bleeding through from the divine realm beyond. This means every night sky is evidence of gods abandoning creation, their escape routes still leaking power into the mortal world. Magicka itself flows into Mundus through these stellar perforations, making the stars not distant objects, but active magical phenomena essential to how magic functions in the world. The ruined capital, the ruins of Labyrinthian and Jalmarch, hold profound historical significance. During the Merithic era, this site was Bromjunir, the capital of the dragon cult's theocracy and possibly all of ancient Skyrim. The highest-ranking dragon priests gathered here to discuss governance and settle territorial disputes. The complex's maze-like structure gave Labyrinthian its modern name, but originally it was an administrative center where the cult managed its empire. The dragon priest shrine deep in its depths displays busts of the 8 major priests, suggesting this was their primary ceremonial location. When the Dragon War ended, Bromjunir's importance vanished. What was once the seat of power became just another ruin, its grandeur reduced to puzzle-filled corridors infested with Droghur. The sheer scale of the ruins hints at the dragon cult's former glory and the magnitude of its fall. The strategy of stalemate. Both Stormcloak supporters and Imperial loyalists misunderstand what the Falmer actually desire. They do not want either side to win decisively. Their ideal outcome is perpetual war that steadily weakens both the Empire and Skyrim's military capacity. Every soldier killed fighting for Ulfric or the Empire is one fewer warrior available to fight the Almorai Dominion in the future. Every septim spent on the Civil War is a resource diverted from anti-Falmer preparations. The Falmer actively work to maintain this stalemate, supporting whichever side currently appears weaker to prevent a decisive victory. This is why their documents classify Ulfric as a valuable asset despite him being violently anti-Falmer. His rebellion serves their strategic goals perfectly, regardless of his personal intentions or beliefs. The warning in the Midney Augur at Dunlane, that mysterious, glowing entity trapped beneath the College of Winterhold, was not always a disembodied voice. He was once a human student named Dunlane, a brilliant but reckless mage who attended the college. His curiosity drove him to experiment with magical forces far beyond his understanding or control. A catastrophic accident during these experiments stripped him of his physical form, transforming him into a being of pure magical energy. He exists now as a fully aware consciousness, capable of perception and complex communication, but eternally bound to a specific location in the Midden Dark. The college maintains his chamber not just as a resource for advanced students, but as a living warning. The Augur possesses vast knowledge accumulated during his transformed existence, making him invaluable for divination and high-level research. But his advice comes with a heavy subtext. He serves as a permanent reminder that unchecked magical ambition can result in fates far worse than death. The first traitor long before Alessia, before recorded history as most scholars understand it, there was Merrick. He was the true first Dragonborn, serving as a high-ranking dragon priest during the zenith of the dragon cult's power. However, the Daedric prince Hermaeus Mora seduced him with promises of forbidden knowledge. Through Mora, Merrick learned that he possessed the Dwemer, dragon soul, and began conspiring against his dragon overlords to consume their power for himself. Another priest, Falmer the jailer, discovered this betrayal and confronted him. Their battle was so catastrophic that the release of magical energy literally tore Solstheim away from the Skyrim mainland, reshaping the continent's geography through raw fury. Falmer ultimately won, and Merrick was dragged into Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora's realm of oblivion. He remained there for thousands of years, studying and growing in power, waiting for another Dragonborn to appear so he could escape. The first Dragonborn became the first to betray the cosmic role. The sound of the summons when the Greybeards summoned the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar by shouting Dovahkiin, the force of their voice is visible and audible across the entire province of Skyrim. Guards comment on the thunderous sound, and the player physically feels the controller rumble or the screen shake. This event represents the Greybeards using only a fraction of their power in the most restrained way possible. If they were to speak normally in Dovahkiin, they would reshape reality around them uncontrollably. Even a casual greeting could cause avalanches, shatter stone, or kill bystanders through unintended sonic vibrations. This explains their vow of near-total silence. Their mastery of the Thursdaeum is so complete that they have transcended its use as a tool, understanding it instead as a terrible responsibility requiring constant discipline. When Arngir speaks to the player in the common tongue, it is an act of immense trust and accommodation. He is using an inferior language specifically to avoid accidentally destroying you with every word. The Harbinger's secret Kodlak Whitemane, the Harbinger of the Companions, possesses the beast blood not by choice, but by tradition. When a warrior joins the circle, the inner sanctum of the Companions, they are infected with lycanthropy through a secret ritual. Kodlak underwent this ritual in his youth, likely believing it would make him a mightier warrior. By the time players meet him, however, he has grown to hate the condition. Lycanthropy binds a Nord's soul to Ursun's hunting grounds, preventing them from entering Somgard after death. For a Nord who values an honorable death and a glorious afterlife above almost everything, this represents spiritual damnation. Kodlak dedicates his final days to researching a cure, desperately seeking a way to cleanse his spirit before he dies. His quest is not just about leadership, it is a race for salvation. His funeral becomes not just a ceremony honoring a fallen leader, but a desperate final bid to save his soul from eternal exclusion from the paradise he earned. The Blade of Treachery, the Ebony Blade, Mephiles' Daedric artifact, does not simply absorb life force from random kills. It specifically grows stronger when used to murder people who trust the wielder. Friends, followers, spouses, and allies, people who consider the player a companion, are the only victims that power the blade. Each act of betrayal creates a metaphysical charge that makes the weapon's enchantment more potent until it reaches its maximum capacity. This mechanics reflects Mephiles' nature as the Daedric prince of lies, secrets, and plots. The blade does not reward honest combat or random violence, it rewards intimacy violated. Players must actively choose to murder NPCs who have placed their faith in them to fully unlock the weapon's potential. Using the ebony blade means becoming the physical embodiment of treachery, teaching players that the prince's gifts always carry moral costs far heavier than their physical weight. The vampire in the court Sibyl Stentor, the court wizard in Solitude's Blue Palace, has served the Jarls of Hafingvar for over a century. Closer inspection reveals why. She is a vampire. She has witnessed Solitude's entire modern political history, serving under multiple rulers while maintaining the same position. Her perspective on Nordic politics is unmatched because she remembers events that exist only as history books to everyone else. She is not a feral monster, she is a sophisticated predator who chose civilization over savagery. She feeds ethically by her standards, taking small amounts from willing donors in the dungeon or enemies of the state, trading blood for favors or protection. Most of the court's senior members likely know or suspect her true nature, but they tolerate it because she is simply too valuable to remove. Her magical knowledge and historical insight justify the risk of harboring an undead advisor. The language of thieves throughout Skyrim, subtle symbols called shadow marks are carved into door frames, barrels, and building facades. These are not random scratches, they are a coded language used by the Thieves Guild. A shadow mark can indicate a safe house, valuable loot, a dangerous occupant, an escape route, or a location that has already been stripped clean. This system allows the guild to coordinate complex operations without verbal communication or written notes that could be intercepted by the guards. Only members trained in the code recognize these marks as meaningful. They appear in every major city and even some rural locations, demonstrating the guild's extensive influence and sophisticated communication network. Players who learn to read shadow marks gain a layer of information about the world that civilians and guards completely miss. The grief of the giant near Broken Tower Redoubt. There stands a giant behaving unlike any other in Skyrim. He is not herding mammoths or guarding a camp, he is mourning. He stands vigil over a dead mammoth, submerged in a hot spring. Approaching him does not trigger hostility unless the player attacks first. He is simply grieving. Giants and mammoths maintain symbiotic relationships throughout Skyrim, and this particular giant has lost his companion. The scene demonstrates that giants possess profound emotional depth and the capacity for loss. They are not just monsters to be farmed for toes, they are beings with relationships. Players who kill this giant for loot are committing murder against someone in the middle of a funeral. Leading him be recognized as his personhood. If players return days later, he is often still there, or returns periodically, creating an informal memorial for his fallen friend. The survivor in the Ratway when the Falmer systematically hunted down and murdered the Blades following the Great War, Iceberg was one of the very few who escaped. He went into deep hiding in Riffin's Ratway, living in paranoia and isolation for decades. His survival wasn't luck, it was caution bordering on obsession. He is the Order's lore master, an expert on dragons and the prophecy of the Dragonborn. When dragons finally return to Skyrim, this seemingly crazy old man becomes the most valuable person in the world. His knowledge preserves information that would otherwise have been lost forever with the death of the other Blades. Esbern represents the last living link to the Blades' institutional memory. His paranoia was completely justified, the Falmer really were trying to kill him, and his constant vigilance is the only reason he survived to save the world. The artifact outside of time made of Magnus discovered beneath Sarthel defies all standard magical classification. It doesn't fit into any known category of creation because it likely predates the current world entirely. Some scholars theorize it is a remnant from a previous Kulpa, a fragment of a universe that ended before the current one began. Others suggest it is a literal tear in reality, a window providing access to raw creative power from the dawn of time. The Psijic Order considers it dangerous enough to remove from mortal access entirely, sealing it away rather than allowing anyone, even the college, to study its properties. During the questline, the Eye's activation threatens to unmake reality, suggesting its power far exceeds that of normal magical artifacts. It represents a kind of magic completely distinct from conventional schools or Daedric power, divine creation in its rawest, most volatile form. The solitude of the dragon after betraying Alduin and teaching humanity the voice, Paarthurnax retreated to the throat of the world. He has remained there in self-imposed solitude for thousands of years, meditating on the way of the voice and fighting his own nature. Dragons are inherently domineering creatures, driven by a biological instinct to control and conquer. Every moment of Paarthurnax's existence is a philosophical battle against this fundamental drive. His isolation is not a peaceful retirement, it is a necessary quarantine. He removes himself from situations where his instincts might overwhelm his principles. The Greybeards visit him and learn from him, but ultimately, he remains alone at the peak of the world, wrestling with the eternal question of whether a being can truly overcome what they were born to be. His thousands of years of restraint are arguably a greater victory than any battle fought in the Dragon War. The weapon of uncertainty, the Wabajek, Sheogorath's Daedric artifact, perfectly demonstrates the Prince of Madness's philosophy. When used, the staff produces an effect that is completely randomized. It might transform an enemy into a sweet roll, summon a hostile Dwemer, cast a lightning bolt, turn the target into a pile of coins, heal the enemy, or instantly kill them. No two uses guarantee the same result. This reflects Sheogorath's nature as the embodiment of chaos. The weapon actively resists systematization or reliable tactical use. It is powerful, yes, but uncontrollable, representing madness as both a source of infinite potential and total liability. Using the Wabajek means embracing uncertainty and accepting outcomes that are beyond your comprehension or control. For a video game weapon, it is simultaneously entertaining and practically useless for serious strategy, which is exactly the point. The walls of Prejudice Windhelm, the oldest city in Skyrim and the capital of the Stormcloak Rebellion, has calcified into a fortress of Nordic supremacy. Founded by Isgrimor himself, it is a city where history is used to justify modern cruelty. Dark elves are strictly confined to the Grey Quarter, a frozen slum where they face constant harassment and discrimination. Argonians are not even allowed inside the city walls, forced to live in squalor on the freezing docks. This casual bigotry is not just the attitude of random NPCs, it is institutional and structural. Ulfric Stormcloak, despite his soaring rhetoric about freedom for Nords, does absolutely nothing to address this systematic oppression in his own capital. The city's treatment of non-human residents reveals the ugly underbelly of Stormcloak nationalism. Their fight for independence from the Empire does not include equality for the non-Nords who have lived in Skyrim for generations. Windhelm demonstrates how freedom movements can easily perpetuate their own forms of oppression, liberating some while crushing others. The lost arts of the voice. While Skyrim focuses almost exclusively on combat shouts, the Thursdaeum historically served numerous peaceful purposes. Ancient Nords used shouts for construction, agriculture, long-distance communication, healing, and artistic expression. The Thursdaeum was integrated into daily life as a tool for improving existence, not just ending it. Entire armies would use the voice to shape the battlefield, yes, but farmers used it to till the earth, and builders used it to move stone. The defeat of the Nordic tongues at Red Mountain changed this cultural trajectory. Jürgen Windcaller's reinterpretation of the voice as a tool solely for worship gradually eliminated its common use. The Greybeards' philosophy won out through persuasion, convincing Nordic culture that the casual use of the voice disrespected the gods. By the Fourth Era, only the Dragonborn and the Greybeards practiced the art, and knowledge of its peaceful applications has faded into legend. This represents a massive cultural loss, a society forgetting that its greatest power could build as well as destroy. The cost of knowledge. The Ogma Infinium, Hermaeus Mora's gift of ultimate knowledge, comes with a terrifying metaphysical price. The book allows readers to instantly master entire skill trees, absorbing decades of training in a few seconds. However, this knowledge does not integrate into the person's consciousness naturally. It is forcibly implanted, overriding existing neural pathways and memories to make room for the new information. Reading the Infinium fundamentally changes who someone is. It destroys a part of their original self to create a new version that possesses the knowledge but is not quite the same person anymore. The book can only be read once because it literally transforms the reader at a cellular and spiritual level. Mora does not give knowledge freely. He trades your current identity for expanded capability, making each reader into something that belongs partially to him. The shepherds of the tundra, despite their intimidating size and immense power, giants are actually quite peaceful. They do not attack without provocation. They are semi-nomadic herders who move across Skyrim with their mammoth herds, following traditional migration routes passed down through generations. Players who maintain a respectful distance and do not threaten their livestock can walk right past giant camps without conflict. Giants only become hostile when their territory or animals are threatened. This makes them one of Skyrim's most misunderstood species. They are not monsters, they are intelligent beings with their own culture and way of life. The intricate paintings on callus and rocks found in their camps suggest a sophisticated form of artistic expression or religious observation, despite their lack of a spoken language comprehensible to humans. The fact that players can coexist with them proves they are defensive creatures protecting their families, not aggressors. The politics of neutrality. The companions are legendary warriors respected throughout Skyrim, yet they deliberately maintain absolute political neutrality. They refuse to support either the Empire or the Stormcloaks in the Civil War, and they avoid involvement in politics beyond personal contracts. This isn't cowardice or apathy, it is an intentional policy dating back to their founding. The companions serve Skyrim itself, the land and its people, not whatever government currently claims authority. By remaining neutral, they ensure the organization survives regardless of political upheaval. Their headquarters, Jorrvaskr, is technically separate from the city of Whiterun in terms of jurisdiction, reinforcing their independence. This philosophy allows them to take contracts from anyone without complications. A companion might fight for an Imperial one day and a Stormcloak the next, with loyalty only to the client and their shield siblings. This makes them trusted by everyone and owned by no one. The crown of legitimacy. The jagged crown is not just a fancy helmet. It is an artifact from before Skyrim's consolidation under a single High King, dating back to the Merethic era when rival clans fought for dominance. Recovering it during the Civil War is not about gaining a magical advantage, it is about psychological legitimacy. Whoever possesses the crown can claim a direct symbolic connection to the ancient concept of Nordic kingship. Both General Tullius and Ulfric Stormcloak seek it for its propaganda value. It represents continuity with pre-imperial Nordic culture. Possessing it proves that the current conflict echoes ancient power struggles that predate even the concept of a unified Skyrim. Its true historical significance has been obscured by myth, but its function remains the same. It is a symbol that tells the Nords who their true king is. The trick of the axe. During Clavicus Vile's quest, players are offered the rueful axe as a reward if they kill Barbas the dog. However, the axe does not count toward the Oblivion Walker achievement for collecting Daedric artifacts. This is a deliberate design choice reflecting the nature of the quest. Clavicus Vile is the prince of bargains and trickery. He is testing the player. The rueful axe is a trap, a seemingly impressive but ultimately inferior weapon compared to the true artifact, the Mask of Clavicus Vile. Players who choose the axe have failed the test. They took the easy, violent option and were tricked into accepting a lesser prize. Players who spare the dog and receive the mask demonstrate an understanding that Daedric bargains require careful attention to what the prince actually wants versus what they claim to offer. The axe exists to punish impulsive players who don't think before they swing. The destination of the soul. Every single time a soul is trapped in a soul gem and used for enchanting, that soul does not vanish. It goes to the soul cairn. This plane of oblivion serves as a specific afterlife for those denied proper rest through magical trapping. The endless, purple wasteland is filled with the shades of people and creatures who committed no crime other than being killed by someone with a soul-trapped spell. This makes the common practice of enchanting in Tamriel a form of spiritual mass kidnapping. Every enchanted sword or ring represents a sentient being condemned to eternal imprisonment in a desolate nightmare dimension. Once understood, the implications are horrifying. Mages casually trapped souls for convenience, viewing them as batteries, without considering the eternal damnation they are inflicting. The soul cairn exposes the moral bankruptcy of treating sentient life as a commodity for magical enhancement. We descend further into the archives, examining the geographical scars of ancient battles and the dark origins of honored institutions. The island born of Battle Solstheim, the ash-covered island visible from Skyrim's northeast coast, was not always an island. It was originally part of the mainland, connected by a land bridge. During the Merethic era, the battle between the first Dragonborn, Miric, and the dragon priest Volek the Jailer was so catastrophic that it reshaped the earth itself. Their duel lasted for days, unleashing such raw magical fury that it literally ripped Solstheim away from Skyrim, creating the Sea of Ghosts strait that now separates them. This geographic reshaping demonstrates the terrifying scale of power the dragon priests commanded in their prime. Their conflicts didn't just kill armies, they redrew maps. The permanent separation of Solstheim represents a magical scar on the landscape, evidence of a duel whose combatants wielded the power of tectonic plates. The time dilation of the voice the Greybeards living at High Hrothgar are much older than they appear. Normally, humans have short lifespans, but masters of the Thirstaeum can extend their lives far beyond natural limits through meditation and discipline. The Greybeards have lived on the mountain for decades, perhaps even centuries, yet they do not seem to wither. Their aging has slowed dramatically due to their connection to the voice. This is not true immortality, but a form of significantly delayed mortality. Their philosophy requires such extensive study that achieving their level of mastery takes longer than a normal human lifetime allows, so the magic sustains them to allow that study to continue. This time dilation explains how they maintain institutional memory across generations and why they seem so detached from current events. They are literally experiencing the passage of time differently than the mortals down in the valleys. The theology of murder, the Dark Brotherhood, does not serve a Daedric prince or a standard deity. They worship Sithis, the void, the primal force of chaos and entropy that existed before creation. The Night Mother serves as the intermediary, channeling the void's will into actionable contracts. This makes the Brotherhood fundamentally different from other assassin groups like the Morag Tong. They are a religious organization practicing murder as a sacrament. Each kill is a prayer, each contract is a religious duty. Members believe they serve an essential cosmic function by hastening death, which is itself a part of the natural cycle. This theological framework allows them to rationalize murder not as a crime, but as holy work serving forces beyond mortal comprehension. The Schism of Assassins, the Morag Tong of Morrowind, is the original Assassins' Guild, predating the Brotherhood by centuries. They are a legally sanctioned organization, authorized by the tribunal to perform religiously mandated executions to prevent house wars. The Dark Brotherhood was born from a schism within the Tong. A faction broke away, rejecting the legal framework and the worship of Mephala in favor of pure service to Sithis. This created two distinct organizations with similar methods but opposite philosophies. The Morag Tong operates within the law, believing in structured, sanctioned death. The Brotherhood operates in the shadows, embracing death's chaotic inevitability regardless of the law. This philosophical difference makes them bitter rivals despite their shared origins. The Brotherhood's expansion into Skyrim represents the success of this rogue faction in establishing an independent identity. The face of the dragon god. There is a theological debate in Tamriel about whether the imperial god Akatosh and the elven god Auriel are the same being. The truth is that they are cultural interpretations of the same divine entity. When Saint Alessia established the 8 divines, she created a religious synthesis, combining human and elven deities to unify her diverse empire. Akatosh was born from this merger, taking aspects of the elven Auriel, the time god, and the Noric Shazar, the missing god. This explains why dragon worship, imperial religion, and Almorai faith all include similar but distinct time deities. The theological truth is that divinity transcends mortal categorization. The same cosmic principle manifests differently to different cultures based on their needs. Akatosh, Auriel, and Alduin represent different facets of the same time dragon, each valid within their cultural context while pointing toward a transcendent reality. The genocide of the Companions. The legendary 500 Companions were not just settlers, they were a retribution army. After the Night of Tears massacre at Sarthal, Isgrimor fled to Atmora and gathered warriors specifically to annihilate the Snow Elves. The Companions were founded as a genocide force. Their express purpose was the complete destruction of Falmer civilization. This dark origin contradicts the modern Companions' reputation as honorable mercenaries. They began as racial exterminators carrying out a systematic elimination of an entire species. The organization has evolved significantly over millennia, abandoning its explicitly racist foundations to become a neutral warrior guild. However, understanding their origin reveals that one of Skyrim's most respected institutions is built on a foundation of ancient, successful ethnic cleansing. The ancient wizard Nelith, the Telvanni wizard encountered in the Dragonborn DLC, appears to be a middle-aged dark elf. In reality, he is several centuries old. As a master of House Telvanni, he has extended his lifespan through necromancy and magical life extension techniques while maintaining his physical vitality. His personality, arrogant, dismissive, and utterly unconcerned with others, reflects centuries of accumulated power. He has been a powerful mage longer than most current Nord families have existed. His casual attitude toward mortal concerns comes from having witnessed generations of supposedly important events that ultimately meant nothing to him. Nelith represents the dangers and benefits of extended magical life. He has accumulated incredible knowledge, but he has lost his connection to normal mortality. The peaceful voice. While the game focuses on using the Thursday for combat, the voice historically served numerous peaceful purposes. Ancient Nords used shouts for construction, agriculture, communication, healing, and artistic expression. The Thursday was a tool for improving existence, not just ending it. Master tongues could reshape landscapes to build cities, calm storms to save ships, accelerate crop growth, or shout across mountains to deliver messages. The Way of the Voice attempts to preserve this broader understanding, treating the Thursday as a gift meant for worship rather than just killing. The combat applications that players use represent only a narrow, destructive subset of the voice's full potential. The loss of these peaceful shouts represents a cultural decline, a society forgetting that its greatest power could nurture as well as destroy. The prince who was mortal Sheogorath, as he appears in Skyrim, is almost certainly the hero of Kvatch, the protagonist of Oblivion. At the end of the Shivering Isles expansion, the hero mantled Sheogorath, assuming his role so perfectly that the universe could no longer tell the difference between the mortal and the Daedric prince. References during his quest in Skyrim strongly suggest this connection, including mentions of the Oblivion Crisis, Martin Septim, and events only the hero would know. This explains why this version of Sheogorath seems slightly more coherent and human than previous iterations. He is actually a relatively recent mortal who achieved divine status through a cosmic loophole, proving that divinity can be earned through perfect imitation. The weapon of the giant. While players cannot equip the massive clubs wielded by giants, their followers can, if commanded properly. By removing all other weapons from a follower's inventory and ordering them to pick up a drop giant club, they will equip it as a legitimate weapon. This is an oversight in the game's follower mechanics, which do not restrict item types for NPCs the way they do for players. This creates a hilarious tactical advantage, as followers swing massive tree trunk weapons dealing tremendous damage. It is unclear if Bethesda intended this possibility, but it has become a beloved community trick for turning an otherwise average follower into a devastating heavy hitter. The laws of darkness. The 5 tenets of the Dark Brotherhood are not suggestions, they are absolute laws. Breaking them means execution without trial or appeal. These rules exist to maintain operational security and internal discipline in an organization of murderers. The tenets forbid stealing from members, killing members, betraying the Brotherhood, disobeying orders, and refusing contracts. Astrid's eventual breaking of these tenets, by betraying the Brotherhood to the Empire, triggers the organization's near-complete destruction. The tenets represent more than practical rules, they are religious doctrine. Breaking them is both a criminal act and a spiritual sin against cities. The organization's survival across centuries is directly attributable to the discipline enforced by these laws. The bloodlines of the night. Not all vampires in Skyrim are identical. Different strains of vampirism exist, created by different Daedric influences or historical divergences. Sanguinary vampires is the most common strain found in Skyrim, often carried by feral vampires. However, pureblood vampires like Serana and Lord Harkon carry a much more potent strain derived directly from Molag Bal. This grants them the ability to transform into the Vampire Lord, a power far beyond that of common vampires. Additionally, regional variations exist across Tamriel based on which Daedric prince influenced the local bloodline. The disease has evolved and diversified over millennia, creating subspecies with unique traits while maintaining the core weaknesses to sunlight and fire. The warning from the light. The Augur of Dunlane does not just provide information about the Eye of Magnus, he explicitly warns the player about the dangers of magical ambition. His own existence as a disembodied energy form serves as a permanent cautionary tale. He tells the player directly that seeking power without understanding creates catastrophe. Ironically, this warning goes largely unheeded. The entire College of Winterhold questline involves mages ignoring obvious warning signs in pursuit of magical advancement. The Augur represents the college's conscience, a voice from the basement reminding the mages upstairs that not all knowledge should be pursued, and that some discoveries transform the discoverer in ways that cannot be reversed. The Duel of Shouts. Ulfric Stormcloak did kill High King Torygg, but the nature of the duel is a matter of fierce debate. Ulfric challenged Torygg according to ancient Nordic custom, which the young king was honor-bound to accept. However, Ulfric used the Thursday during the combat, something Torygg had no defense against and no way to anticipate. The shout literally knocked the king off his feet, leaving him helpless, at which point Ulfric finished him with a sword. To Ulfric's supporters, this was a display of ancient Nordic power and a valid tactic. To the Empire and Torygg's court, it was murder, bringing an overwhelming supernatural weapon to a sword fight. This death sparked the civil war not because Ulfric challenged the king, but because his methods seemed to violate the spirit of fair combat, using a power meant for worship to slaughter a young man. The queen who refused to die, Potima Septim, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, died in the Third Era, yet she nearly achieved resurrection in the Fourth. Necromancers working in Solitude's catacombs gathered enough power to bind her spirit back to the mortal plane. She was one of Skyrim's most evil historical figures, a necromancer who caused a massive civil war, the War of the Red Diamond, centuries ago. The fact that she came so close to returning demonstrates how dangerous ancient spirits can be when they refuse to accept death. Even after a ritual is disrupted, her will is strong enough to linger as a disembodied voice, whispering to cultists and promising power. Questions remain about whether the Dragonborn truly destroyed her spirit or merely dispersed it, potentially allowing her to coalesce again in another few centuries given sufficient worship. The taste of decay. Namra, the Daedric Prince of Decay and Revulsion, rewards those who embrace the most taboo of all practices, cannibalism. Her quest leads players to the Hall of the Dead in Markarth, where they join a coven of cannibals. The reward, the Ring of Namra, grants increased stamina and health regeneration, but only if the player feeds on corpses. This artifact actively encourages and gamifies cannibalism. Namra does not care about mortal morality. She values those who transgress boundaries that others refuse to cross. Players who complete her quest gain power, but at the cost of becoming something fundamentally other, someone who views people as food rather than beings deserving of respect. The madness of the Keeper Cicero, the eccentric jester of the Dark Brotherhood, is not just comic relief. He is the last remnant of the old Brotherhood before its collapse. He served in the Bruma Sanctuary and Cyrodiil during the organization's decline, watching his brothers and sisters die or abandon the cause one by one. For years, he was alone with only the Night Mother's corpse, maintaining the old traditions despite having no one to practice them with. This isolation drove him to madness, but his dedication preserved the institutional knowledge that Astrid had abandoned. His journals reveal a tragic transformation from a competent assassin into a broken man who talks to a mummy because there was literally no one else left to talk to. His madness is the result of maintaining faith in a dead religion. We resume our study of the archives, exploring the tears in reality, the origins of the Daedra, and the secret networks that run Skyrim's economy. The wound in the sky, the throat of the world, is not merely a mountain, it is a scar on the fabric of time itself. When the ancient Nords banished Alduin using an Elder Scroll during the Dragon War, they did not kill him. Instead, they displaced him through the time stream, pushing him forward into the future. This violent act of metaphysical desperation created a time wound at the mountain's summit. The location became spiritually significant not through random selection, but because it is the exact point where past, present, and future intersect in an abnormal, broken knot. The Elder Scroll used in the original ritual remains accessible there, existing outside of normal linear causality, waiting thousands of years for someone to witness the original banishment. Time functions differently at the summit precisely because it is the site of the most powerful chrono-manipulation magic ever performed by mortals. The magical snow, the presence of Paarthurnax, and the Greybeard's choice of residence all gravitate around this temporal anomaly. The Prince of Light Meridia, the Daedric Prince of Life and Energy, was not always a Daedra. Originally, she was one of the Magnagu, the star spirits who fled creation alongside Magnus when they realized that building the mortal plane, Mundus, was draining their divine power. However, Meridia became fascinated with the vibrant potential of the mortal world and chose to remain involved in its affairs despite the risks to her divinity. This decision was considered aberrant by her kin, and she was eventually cast out, becoming a pariah entity neither truly Edrin nor traditionally Daedra, but classified as a prince due to her residence in oblivion. Her obsessive hatred of undeath stems directly from her original nature as a spirit of pure life and light. She views necromancy and vampirism not just as evil, but as perversions that violate the natural energetic order she once helped conceive. Her gift of the Dawnbreaker is part of an ongoing crusade to scrub this corruption from the world she sacrificed her status to watch over. The crisis of identity. The Blades were not originally dragon hunters, they were the bodyguards and spies for the Septim dynasty. For centuries, they served the Dragonborn emperors, protecting the bloodline that kept the dragonfires lit. Their primary allegiance was to the Dragonborn, rather than against dragons. However, when Alduin returned and dragons reappeared in Skyrim, the Blades attempted to pivot back to their ancient, pre-imperial role as dragon slayers. They struggled immensely with this transition, particularly regarding Paarthurnax. Delphine demands his death specifically because she cannot reconcile the Blades' foundational anti-dragon ideology with the reality of a dragon who is an ally. The organization is torn between two identities. Are they servants of the Dragonborn who must obey orders, or are they an autonomous order of monster hunters who oppose all dragons on principle? The Blades' inability to resolve this tension demonstrates how ancient organizations can fracture when their rigid principles collide with a complex new reality. The true Jarl of Riften, Maven Blackbriar, controls Riften. The Jarl may sit on the throne and issue decrees, but Maven owns everything that actually matters. She controls the Thieves' Guild, maintains active connections with the Dark Brotherhood, owns the Blackbriar Meadery, which employs a significant portion of the city, and holds leverage over virtually every important figure, including the Jarl's own steward. She operates through a web of intimidation, blackmail, and strategic violence. Maven represents the cynical reality behind Skyrim's political theater. Official power structures often serve as masks for criminal enterprises that hold the actual authority. She succeeds because she understands that power flows from the control of resources and information, not from titles. If the Imperials win the Civil War, Maven is appointed Jarl, finally adding official authority to her overwhelming unofficial control. This elevation simply formalizes what everyone in Riften already knew: she has been running the city for years. The Eyes of Elsewhere, the Khajiit trading caravans that camp outside Skyrim's major cities, are not just merchants, they are intelligence networks. They serve as the eyes and ears of Elsewhere, and potentially the Almorai Dominion, within Skyrim. Because they move freely between holds, see everything on the roads, and talk to everyone from beggars to jarls, they gather a staggering amount of information. While they appear to be simple traders dealing in wares, information gathering is arguably their primary function. They report political developments, military movements, and economic conditions back to their leadership. The Khajiit have their own agenda, independent of the Empire or the Stormcloaks, watching both sides to see which outcome best serves their homeland. Furthermore, some caravans distribute skooma, using addiction as leverage to create informants among the Nordic population. The scheme is brilliant: supply illegal drugs to compromise locals, gather secrets from them, and use commercial legitimacy as a cover for the entire operation. The rape of the Soul Molag Bal, the Daedric Prince of Domination, created the very first vampire. This was not a magical accident, it was a deliberate act of violation. Bal created vampirism by brutally violating and corrupting a Nedic woman named Lainey Beelfag. This origin story, an act of ultimate domination and trauma, reflects Molag Bal's sphere perfectly and explains the nature of the vampire curse. It transforms humans into predators who must violate others, by feeding, to survive. The condition spreads through blood, creating a lineage of corruption that traces back to that original crime. Pure-blood vampires trace their ancestry directly to this source, granting them superior but more monstrous abilities. Common vampirism is the disease diluted through generations. Molag Bal designed the curse specifically to mock life and society, creating creatures that must prey on their own kind while struggling with the humanity they have lost. The fall of the guilds. The College of Winterhold is the only magical institution left in Skyrim because the Mages Guild collapsed. The guild, which once spanned all of Tamriel in previous eras, disintegrated due to corruption, infighting, and the public's loss of trust following the Oblivion Crisis. When the Great Collapse devastated Winterhold, sending most of the city into the sea while the college remained untouched, it cemented Nordic distrust of magic. The college now exists in isolation, viewed with suspicion by Nords who blame it for the destruction of their capital, despite a lack of concrete evidence. This decline from a continent spanning respected institution to a single, barely tolerated fortress on a cliff demonstrates how quickly magical learning can fall from grace when public opinion turns against it. The mages who stopped time the Sigic Order predates written history. The mysterious monks who appeared during the College of Winterhold questline are members of the oldest magical organization in Tamriel, originating in the Merethic era. The Order studies the old ways, magic as a force of nature and understanding rather than mere power. They live on the Isle of Artium, which they can physically remove from the world, causing it to disappear from normal space-time entirely for centuries at a time. Their intervention regarding the Eye of Magnus demonstrates their willingness to act when reality itself is threatened. They possess power far beyond that of normal mages. They can freeze time, walk through the stop moments, and casually manipulate the fabric of the universe. Their appearance in Skyrim signals that the events unfolding are of cosmic importance. When the Sigics bother to manifest, it means the stakes are existential. We continue our exploration of Skyrim's secrets, delving into the hidden gods of thieves, the alien biology of the tundra, and the terrible mechanics of the voice. The patron of thieves under any circumstances, the Thieves Guild worships Nocturnal. The organization's success does not come from skill alone, but from divine patronage. Nocturnal, the Daedric Prince of Night and Luck, blessed the guild through a pact made generations ago. The Skeleton Key, her Daedric artifact, kept the guild prosperous for years until Mercer Fry stole it for himself. Once the key left the guild's possession, their supernatural luck vanished, and everything fell apart. This proves the guild's success was literally supernatural. Without Nocturnal's favor, they were just incompetent criminals unable to compete. The questline involves restoring the key to the Twilight Sepulchre, not keeping it. This sacrifice restores the prince's blessing. Nocturnal does not demand horrific sacrifices, just devotion and the occasional theft. In exchange, she provides luck that makes the impossible merely difficult. The tree from the stars near Whiterun stands a unique tree producing narcotic sap, the sleeping tree. Investigation reveals it is not actually a tree, but some kind of crashed alien organism. The area around it contains strange organic material unlike anything else in Skyrim. The sap is an incredibly powerful skooma ingredient, explaining why Isolde is interested in it despite her innocent appearance. Lore suggests the tree grew from a spore that fell from a floating island, possibly Umbriel from the novels, or is from another dimension entirely. It took root in Skyrim's soil, an invasive extraterrestrial species. Its presence raises questions about what else might have crashed into Tamriel over the millennia. The fact that it produces commercially viable narcotics is likely coincidental, but the Khajiit caravans don't care about its origin as long as the sap keeps flowing. The logic of the Screaming Priest players find Heimskir's constant preaching in Whiterun annoying, but analyzing his dialogue reveals sophisticated theological argumentation. He isn't ranting incoherently, he is delivering a structured sermon about Talos' place in the Nine Divides. His rhetoric draws from legitimate religious texts and makes logical arguments about the metaphysical implications of denying Talos' divinity. The problem isn't his theology, but his delivery. He is essentially screaming academic philosophy at passersby who just want to buy vegetables. His commitment to public preaching despite arrest and harassment demonstrates genuine conviction. From his perspective, silence equals complicity with the Falmer's spiritual corruption. His annoying presence represents principled civil disobedience against unjust persecution, even if his shouting is counterproductive. The barrier against oblivion, the Amulet of Kings, the legendary artifact worn by all Dragonborn emperors, was not just jewelry. It was magically crucial to maintaining the barrier between Mundus and oblivion. When Martin Septim sacrificed himself to stop Maroon's Dagon at the end of Oblivion, he shattered the amulet permanently. This ended the Dragonfire's protection and fundamentally changed the relationship between the worlds. Daedric princes can no longer fully manifest in Tamriel as Dagon did, but the cost was the Empire's mystical legitimacy. Without the amulet, imperial authority became purely secular. The Mede dynasty lacks the divine mandate that the Septims possessed, explaining the Empire's current weakness. They hold temporal power without the magical legitimacy that once made them unquestionably supreme. The preservation of culture, the ridiculous abundance of cheese in Skyrim reflects actual Nordic logistics. Cheese was a primary preservation method for milk before refrigeration. Given Skyrim's cold climate and pastoral economy, cheese production would be a major industry. The wheels represent a basic staple food that travels well and lasts indefinitely when properly aged. Finding giant cheese wheels in ancient ruins or bandit camps actually makes historical sense. It is valuable, portable, and durable calories. The fact that the game allows players to roll these wheels down mountains using physics demonstrates Bethesda's attention to detail. Players launching cheese with Fuss Roda are technically using ancient Nordic technology, just not for its intended purpose. The rumble of the Greybeards when the Greybeards summon the Dragonborn to High Hrothgar, every NPC in the game reacts. Guards comment on hearing it, Jarls discuss it, and the ground itself shakes. This isn't flavor text, it is a game-wide event. The shout ripples through reality like an earthquake, audible across the entire province. This demonstrates the Greybeards' power while showing their extreme restraint. They could level cities with the same force they used just to get someone's attention. The fact that they use this overwhelming display only for a summons proves they have complete control. They demonstrate capability while maintaining perfect discipline, showing the Dragonborn that mastering the voice means using overwhelming power with absolute precision. The void beyond God Sithis is not a Daedric prince. The Dark Brotherhood worships the void itself, the primordial nothingness that existed before creation. Sithis is not a being in the conventional sense, he represents change, chaos, and the inevitable end of all things. The Night Mother serves as the only intermediary capable of interpreting the Void's will. This makes the Brotherhood's theology unique. They don't worship a god who grants favors, they embrace entropy. Every murder they commit is seen as hastening the universe's ultimate return to nothingness, making assassination a sacrament serving cosmic necessity rather than a crime. The music of reality Dwemer engineering was not based on mechanics as we understand them, but on tonal architecture, manipulating reality through sound and resonance. They understood that existence was fundamentally musical, composed of vibrations. By discovering the right frequencies, they could reshape matter, generate power, and create effects that seemed magical but were actually hyper-advanced physics. This explains why Dwemer machinery still functions millennia later. It isn't powered by fuel, but by the resonance of the world itself. The Thirst Aeon is a related phenomenon, mortals using their voice to reshape reality's tones. The Dwemer may have been trying to replicate dragon powers through engineering, attempting to achieve reality warping effects through calculation rather than divine gift. The moral test of the blades demand Paarthurnax's death as proof of the Dragonborn's commitment. This choice represents one of the game's most difficult moral decisions. Paarthurnax has spent thousands of years atoning for his role in oppressing humanity. He has demonstrated that he has overcome his draconic nature. But the Blades argue that his nature is unchangeable, that a dragon will always be a tyrant given the opportunity. They judge him for what he is, not what he has done. Players who kill him gain the Blades' support but lose the Greybeard's wisdom. Those who spare him honor redemption but must permanently break with the Blades. Neither choice is clearly correct, forcing players to define their own morality. The Lost Forge deep beneath the ruins of Thaf lies the Ethereum Forge, an ancient Dwemer machine capable of working Ethereum, a rare blue crystal with unique magical properties. The forge was lost after the Dwemer clans went to war over the Ethereum resources, a civil war that weakened them before their disappearance. Recovering it requires finding 4 shards scattered across Skyrim. The forge can create the ethereal crown, allowing 2 standing stone signs at once, the shield, which turns enemies ethereal, or the staff, which summons automatons. These items represent Dwemer craftsmanship at its absolute peak, objects of such quality that nothing in the 4th era compares. The forge itself is an architectural marvel, a massive mechanism still perfectly functional after millennia of abandonment. The mortality of the follower, unlike essential NPCs who cannot be killed, Lydia and other housecarls can die permanently if caught in the crossfire. The game doesn't warn you that Lydia's mortality is permanent. Once she falls, she is gone forever. This design choice creates genuine stakes. Followers aren't invincible robots, they are companions you can lose. The emotional impact of realizing you accidentally killed your loyal protector with a fireball teaches players to be careful. Many players reload saves to rescue her, but her vulnerability transforms her from a generic reward into someone players actively work to protect. The Architect's tool, the Staff of Magnus, is not just a mana-draining weapon. It is a tool of creation. In ancient mythology, Magnus was the architect of Mundus who designed how magic would function. His staff is literally a tool used to shape reality's magical architecture. When combined with the Eye of Magnus, it forms a system for controlling, or potentially eliminating, magic entirely. This is why the Falmer won it. In hands that truly understood its purpose, it could rewrite the fundamental rules governing magic in Tamriel, making it one of the most dangerously powerful objects in existence. The memorial of the Slayer Eric the Slayer, the mercenary found in Rorikstead, is a memorial to Eric West, a Skyrim fan who died of cancer before the game's release. His family requested that Bethesda honor him, and they created this character, a farm boy who dreams of becoming an adventurer. Players can help him realize this dream by paying for his armor. However, Eric is non-essential. He can die permanently. This creates a tragic irony. The character honoring a fan who died young can himself die if not protected. Some find this inappropriate, but others see it as a fitting tribute, allowing Eric to have the adventures he couldn't have in life. The ghost on the road, the Headless Horseman, is a spectral figure who appears randomly at night, riding silently toward Hamver's Rest. He does not attack or interact, he simply rides, a ghost eternally returning to his burial place. Following him leads to an ancient Nordic tomb full of Draugr and a master chest. His identity is never explained. Theories suggest he is Ragnar the Red, from the Psalm, or a manifestation of death itself. The lack of explanation makes him more effective as an atmospheric element, a reminder that in Skyrim, the supernatural is real and doesn't always need a quest log entry to justify its existence. The test of patience, the quest to find 30 Crimson Nirnrits in Blackreach, is famously tedious, but this is intentional design. The quest has no markers and provides minimal guidance. Bethesda wanted players to fully explore Blackreach, their most impressive environmental achievement, rather than rushing through it. The collection quest forces a methodical search of the entire cavern, ensuring players see every glowing mushroom and Dwemer ruin. The reward, Sinderian Serendipity, is useful but not game-breaking, suggesting the real reward was the exploration itself. The Gamble of Destruction, Maroon's Razor, the Daedric artifact of Maroon's Dagon, has a small chance to instantly kill any enemy, regardless of health or level. This makes it potentially the most powerful weapon in the game. It can one-shot dragons, giants, or bosses with a lucky strike. The low probability, about 1.98%, means it cannot be relied upon tactically, but it creates moments of incredible fortune. This reflects Dagon's sphere of revolution and destruction. The Razor doesn't care about armor or power levels. When it triggers, the target simply ceases to exist. It proves that sometimes, fate matters more than preparation. We return to the archives to examine the deep cultural scars of Skyrim, the hidden nature of its most elusive residents, and the cosmic scale of the world that the game compresses for our convenience. The longest refugees the Dark Elves players encounter in Windhelm are often treated as new arrivals, fleeing a recent disaster. In reality, they have been in Skyrim for 2 centuries. They arrived after the Red Year, when Red Mountain erupted and devastated Morrowind in 4E5, literally 200 years before the events of the game. Multiple generations of Dwemer have been born and raised in Windhelm, never having seen Morrowind. They are not immigrants, they are established residents facing systematic discrimination despite having lived in the city longer than some human families. The Grey Quarter Squalor and the Ban Argonians entering the city represent institutional racism that has persisted and calcified over generations. Ulfric Stormcloak's inaction regarding this oppression reveals that his rhetoric about freedom applies only to Nords, while the Dark Elf situation demonstrates how temporary refugee crises can transform into permanent, accepted underclasses over time. The Law of Malakath, the Orc strongholds scattered across Skyrim, operate as independent micronations. They live under the Code of Malakath, a traditional legal system that supersedes local Nordic authority. Their society is rigid. Women handle hunting and gathering, men focus on smithing and defense, and the chief holds absolute authority until he is challenged and killed in combat. While outsiders can visit if they prove bloodkin status, living there requires total cultural submission. The strongholds do not recognize imperial law or the authority of the Jarls. They are tolerated only because forcing them to comply would be too costly in blood and gold. Visiting a stronghold reveals a completely different civilization existing within Skyrim's borders, proof that the province is geographically unified but culturally fractured. The surgeon in the shadows, Galithil, the face sculptor in the ragged flagon, offers to change the player's appearance for a fee. Closer examination reveals a disturbing truth: she is a vampire. Her pale skin, red eyes, and hints in her dialogue strongly suggest she is undead. This raises horrific questions about her medical practice. Why does a vampire need to perform surgery? Is she feeding on her patients while they are unconscious under her knife? Does her undeath grant her the supernatural precision required to mold flesh like clay? The game never explains her background. She simply exists in the criminal underworld, providing a service. Her presence in the Thieves' Guild makes sense, given their lack of moral scrutiny. As long as she pays her dues and doesn't eat the members, her nature is overlooked. The victory of the Falmer: if players support Ulfric and win the Civil War, they have tragically weakened Skyrim against the real threat. The Almorite Dominion wanted exactly this outcome: a divided, war-torn province cut off from the Empire. An independent Skyrim stands alone against the Falmer, without imperial legions or resources. Ulfric's forces are exhausted from the war, the economy is ruined, and international alliances are severed. The Dominion can now pick apart the province at its leisure. Imperial supporters argue that only a united empire can resist the Falmer, while Stormcloaks argue the Empire has already surrendered. Both are right, and both are wrong. The Civil War has no good ending because the conflict itself damages Skyrim regardless of the victor. The only winner is the Dominion, who benefits from every drop of human blood spilled. The multiverse of Oblivion is not a single place, it is a collective term for the realms of the Daedra. There are 16 Daedric princes, and each controls their own plane, creating 16 distinct dimensions with unique physical laws. Hermaeus Mora's Apocrypha is an endless library of forbidden knowledge. Maroon's Dagon's Deadlands are volcanic hellscapes. Sheogorath's Shivering Isles are a landscape of colorful madness. Mortals who enter Oblivion are subject to the local reality, where time, gravity, and even the concept of death may not function as they do in Mundus. What players see in Skyrim represents only a tiny fraction of existence. Beyond the mortal plane lie countless dimensions, each as large and complex as Tamriel itself, but operating on fundamentally different principles. The ashes of the Chimer, the Dark Elves, were not always dark. Originally, they were the Chimer, elves with golden skin who worshipped the Daedra. When their leaders, the Tribunal, Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek, murdered their king Nerevar and stole divine power from the heart of Lorcan, the Daedric prince Ashura cursed the entire race. She transformed their golden skin to ash gray and their eyes to red, making them visually distinct from all other Mare as a permanent reminder of their leader's treachery. The Chimer became the Dunmare. Generations later, modern Dark Elves still bear this curse despite having no personal responsibility for the crime. This transformation proves that Daedric princes can rewrite the biology of an entire species on a whim, punishing a civilization forever for the sins of 3 individuals. The invaders from the east, the Blades, did not originate in Tamriel. The order began in Akavir, the mysterious continent to the east. The Akaviri Dragon Guard invaded Tamriel in the First Era to hunt dragons. Though their military conquest failed, their dragon-slaying expertise was so valuable that they were integrated into the Empire, evolving into the Blades. This explains their distinctive armor, which looks like samurai gear, and their curved swords, katanas, which are culturally distinct from Tamrielic designs. They are an organization with foreign roots, warriors from another continent who became the most loyal defenders of the Empire they once tried to conquer. The illusion of distance the Skyrim players explore is a heavily compressed abstraction of the actual province. The map is not to scale. Walking from Solitude to Riften takes about 30 minutes of real time, but in universe, this journey would take weeks. Cities that appear to have 20 houses actually represent metropolitan centers with populations in the thousands. This compression is necessary for gameplay, but it changes how we perceive the world. When NPCs talk about the dangers of travel, they are referring to vast stretches of wilderness that the player can jog across in minutes. Understanding this skill explains why the Civil War seems small in the game. In reality, the armies and the distances are massive, but the game can only render a fraction of them. The tragedy of the brothers, the quest to reassemble the Galdr amulet, is a tour of ancient patricide. The amulet was shattered and sealed away because the three Galderson brothers, Jirik, Micrel, and Sigdis, murdered their powerful father to steal it. Driven by greed, they tore the amulet apart and divided the fragments, only to be hunted down and sealed in separate tombs, cursed by their mother to never rest. The quest demonstrates the consequences of familial betrayal. The brothers are still hostile thousands of years later, their conflict unresolved even by death. Reassembling the amulet grants powerful stat bonuses, but the real significance is the narrative closure. The player is finally ending a tragedy that has festered since the First Era. The ruthless light Meridia is often called one of the good Daedra because she opposes the undead, which aligns with mortal interests. However, this is a dangerous oversimplification. She is a fanatic. Her hatred of undeath is absolute, and she cares nothing for collateral damage. She would happily burn an entire village of innocent people just to eliminate a single hidden vampire. She views mortals not as people to be protected, but as tools to be used in her crusade. Her artifact, Dawnbreaker, makes the wielder an instrument of her will. She is a useful ally, but she is not a benevolent god. Her definition of cleansing is often indistinguishable from incineration. We venture deeper into the forbidden knowledge of Skyrim, uncovering the mechanics of assassination, the secrets of the DLCs, and the ultimate challenges awaiting the Dragonborn. The ritual of hate to contact the Dark Brotherhood. One does not send a letter, one must perform the Black Sacrament. This ritual requires the petitioner to create an effigy of the intended victim using actual body parts, a heart, skull, flesh, and stab it repeatedly with a dagger rubbed with nightshade while chanting an ancient incantation. These seemingly macabre elements combine into a metaphysical signal that reaches Sithis through the Night Mother. The ritual fails if performed without genuine conviction. It requires true hatred to work. Random performance produces nothing. This mechanism explains how the Brotherhood has survived for centuries despite being illegal. They do not need to advertise. The sacrament serves as a self-selecting filter. Only those desperate and hateful enough to mutilate a corpse and chant to the void are committed enough to hire the Brotherhood. The Forge of Oblivion, deep beneath the College of Winterhold, in the midden, lies the Paarthurnax Forge, an ancient device capable of summoning Daedra and creating magical items from raw materials. Using specific recipes involving salts, gems, and soul gems, mages can materialize Daedric weapons or summon permanent Paarthurnax thralls. The forge requires a sigil stone to reach its full potential, linking it directly to the magic of Oblivion gates. The fact that this exists beneath Skyrim's premier magical institution suggests the college is sitting on secrets it either doesn't understand or deliberately hides. In the wrong hands, this forge could equip an entire army with legendary Daedric gear without ever needing to visit a smithy. The killer in plain sight, the Blood on the Ice quest in Windhelm, is a test of the player's investigative skills, and it is easy to fail. The evidence initially points to Wunferth the Unliving, the court mage, simply because he is a wizard in a city that distrusts magic. However, if the player arrests him, the murders continue. The true killer is Calixto Corium, the unassuming curator of the House of Curiosities. He has been murdering young women to harvest their body parts, attempting to reconstruct and resurrect his dead sister through necromancy. The quest demonstrates how prejudice can derail justice. The innocent outsider gets blamed while the true monster hides behind a friendly face and a respectable job. Players who arrest Wunferth without digging deeper are complicit in a miscarriage of justice that costs another woman her life. The petty rivals in Riverwood, the love triangle between Fendel, Sven, and Camilla Valerius reveals the petty side of romance. Both men are willing to use deception to win her affection. They each give the player a forged letter filled with lies to deliver to Camilla, framing the other suitor. Whoever the player helps wins Camilla's trust through fraud. Neither man acts honorably. Sven is a bard with an ego, and Fendel is possessive. The quest forces the player to become an accomplice to a toxic relationship founded on lies. The only moral choice is to ignore the quest entirely, leaving Camilla free from both manipulators. The death of the divine tree, the Gildergreen, the sacred tree at the center of Whiterun, did not die of old age. It was killed by the love of its worshippers. For centuries, pilgrims carved their prayers and blessings into its bark. Each cut weakened the tree slightly, until the accumulated damage from thousands of devotees finally killed it. The tree represents how blind devotion can destroy the very thing it venerates. The quest to restore it offers a choice: use violence to take sap from the elder gleam, the parent tree, or prove your worth to a sprig-gone guardian to receive a sapling peacefully. The dead tree stands as a monument to the destructive power of unthinking faith. The prayer of the child of Ventus Aretino, the orphan boy in Windhelm, successfully performs the Black Sacrament to summon the Dark Brotherhood. This is not just a quest hook, it is a damning indictment of Skyrim's social failure. Aventus is a child, yet he was driven to perform a ritual of murder because he saw no other escape from the abuse of Grella the Kind. He stole his mother's remains, won the forbidden chance, and spent weeks praying for death. Killing Grella might seem like an evil act, but she is a monster who starves and beats children. The quest forces players to consider the morality of assassination. Is it a crime to kill a monster when the law refuses to protect the innocent? Aventus's relief upon hearing of her death proves that for him, the Brotherhood was not a cult, but a savior. The return of the champion, the Dragonborn DLC, confirms a lingering suspicion about Sheogorath. The Prince of Madness encountered in Skyrim strongly appears to be the heroic Kvatch from Oblivion, who mantled the deity at the end of the Shivering Isles expansion. Mantling is a metaphysical process where a mortal mimics a god so perfectly that the universe ceases to distinguish between them. This Sheogorath makes specific references to events only the hero would know: the Oblivion Crisis, the Grey Fox, and Martin Septim. If this theory holds, it proves that divinity in the Elder Scrolls is fluid. A mortal can become a Daedric prince if they play the role with enough conviction. The Forbidden Shouts, the Dragonborn expansion, introduces shouts that were lost to history, powers unavailable in the base game. These include Dragon Aspect, which armors the Shouter in spectral dragon scales, Cyclone, and the terrifying Bendwill. Bendwill allows the Dragonborn to dominate the minds of stones, beasts, and even dragons, turning them into mounts. This fundamentally changes the nature of the voice from a weapon of destruction to a tool of domination. It raises disturbing ethical questions. The Greybeards would reject this shout as a violation of the way of the voice, but Merrick used it to build an empire. Its existence proves that the Thursdaeum can control free will itself. The Tears of the God Starum is a unique material found on Solstheim, described by the Skull as enchanted ice. To them, it is sacred, crystallized tears of the Allmaker. Harvesting it without permission is a spiritual violation. When the Falmer attempt to kidnap a Skullsmith to learn the secrets of Starum crafting, they are committing cultural imperialism, attempting to weaponize a sacred resource. The Skull's refusal to share the secret, even under torture, demonstrates that they value their tradition over their lives. When the player learns to forge Starum, it is a mark of supreme trust, proving they are worthy of sharing the tribe's holiest craft. The Trap of Knowledge, Hermaeus Mora, is arguably the most dangerous Daedric prince because his trap is invisible. He does not threaten with fire or pain, he seduces with curiosity. He collects all knowledge, including secrets that drive mortals mad. His realm, Apocrypha, is an endless library where seekers become trapped forever, reading books until they lose their minds. Reading the Black Books grants power, but it binds the reader to Mora's service. He collects souls by offering exactly what mages and scholars crave most. By the time his victims realize the cost, they are already addicted to the secrets he provides. He plays a long game, allowing others to do the work of discovery before claiming both the knowledge and the discoverer. The paper trail of the Falmer Embassy is not just a stealth level, it contains the most important documents in the game. Careful players who read the dossiers find proof of the Dominion's long-term strategy. The Falmer do not want to conquer Skyrim immediately, they want to bleed it. The documents reveal that they are deliberately dragging out the civil war to weaken the Empire. They consider Ulfric Stormcloak an asset because his rebellion destabilizes the region. These papers prove that the entire conflict is being manipulated from the outside. Most players rush through the quest, missing the evidence that explains the true geopolitical stakes of the game. The Mind of the Ancients, the blank lexicon given to the player by Septimus Signus, is a piece of Dwemer technology that does more than store data. It imprints knowledge directly into the user's mind. Completing the quest grants the Ancient Knowledge perk, which improves smithing and armor bonuses. This implies the device downloaded centuries of Dwemer engineering expertise directly into the Dragonborn's brain. This proves the Dwemer had achieved a form of education that bypassed training entirely, direct neural interface learning. If this technology had survived, it could have revolutionized Tamriel. Instead, it exists as a single, terrifying artifact in the hands of a madman. The energy blade, the Bloodskull blade, found in Raven Rock Mine, is a unique two-handed sword that fires waves of red energy with power attacks. This weapon belonged to the ancient Bloodskull clan. Its enchantment is unique because it does not require recharging with soul gems, suggesting a lost form of magic or technology. The energy blasts can solve environmental puzzles, cutting through physical barriers that normal steel cannot touch. This artifact demonstrates that ancient Nords, or the clans who settled Solstheim, possessed a spellsword tradition that integrated magic and martial prowess more seamlessly than modern techniques allow. The loyal Ghost Harvick is the best horse in the game because he is dead. Summoned from the Soul Cairn, this spectral steed can be called anywhere, even Solstheim, never dies permanently, and looks terrifying. To get him, the player must find his skull in the Soul Cairn, fulfilling a request from a lost soul who just wants his horse back. The story is genuinely touching. Amidst the eternal suffering of the cairn, a man worries only about his faithful companion. Harvick represents a moment of pure loyalty that transcends death and damnation. The final challenge at level 80, a mysterious Redguard known as the Ebony Warrior appears. He challenges the player to a duel to the death. He has done everything, slain dragons, cleared dungeons, and saved the world. Now, he seeks only one thing, an honorable death in battle so he can enter Somgard. He is one of the toughest fights in the game, using shouts, enchanted ebony armor, and massive damage output. His request is a reflection of the player's own journey, a hero who has grown too strong for the world and has nothing left to conquer. Defeating him is an act of mercy, granting a fellow warrior the glorious end he craves. We conclude our journey through the archives with the final mysteries of the dragon blood, the sun itself, and the uncertain fate of the hero. The literature of Tamriel, the lusty Argonian maid, is not just a dirty book, it is a cultural phenomenon. Copies appear in guard towers, bandit camps, and noble houses across Skyrim. Its ubiquity suggests that this piece of erotic fiction is one of the most widely read texts in Tamriel. Written by Crassius Curio in Morrowind, 200 years prior, the play has achieved a literary immortality that outlasts empires. It represents Bethesda's willingness to include lowbrow humor alongside high fantasy, acknowledging that in any world, people will always enjoy a bawdy story. The physics of sunlight vampires burn in the sun not because of UV rays, but because of theology. The sun is a hole in reality leading to Aetherius, the realm of magic and the gods. Specifically, the sun is associated with Magnus and Meridia, but the light itself is sanctified by Auriel, Akatosh. Dawnguard introduces Auriel's bow, which can block this effect. By shooting a blood-cursed arrow at the sun, the player corrupts the light, shielding vampires from harm. This proves the damage is magical, not physical. Vampire lords can resist it temporarily because their blood is potent enough to withstand the divine pressure of the light. The prophecy in Stone Alduin's Wall and Skyhaven Temple is not just art, it is a history book written in advance. The carvings depict the Dragon War, the Staff of Chaos from Arena, the Numidium from Daggerfall, the Oblivion Crisis, and the Civil War leading up to Alduin's return. The Akaviri Dragonguard carved this thousands of years ago. It proves that the entire history of the Elder Scrolls games was foretold. The Blades used this monument to maintain their purpose during the long centuries when there were no dragons to hunt. When the Wall's final prophecy comes true, it validates millennia of vigilance. The vampire nobility, the Folkiar clan, is not a gang of cave-dwelling monsters, they are the vampire equivalent of royalty. Lord Harkon's bloodline is pure, descended directly from Molag Bal's original curse. They maintain a Gothic castle, hold court, and pursue long-term political goals. They represent the civilized face of undeath, retaining their intelligence and culture despite their predatory nature. Harkon's plan to blot out the sun is the ultimate expression of vampire supremacy, an attempt to rewrite the laws of nature to favor the dead over the living. The choice of the wolf, the companion's questline, is a debate about the soul. Is the power of the werewolf a gift or a curse? Kodlak Whitemane seeks a cure because he wants to enter Somgard. Hela the Huntress refuses the cure because she values the power of the beast and Hurson's favor. The quest does not declare one side correct. Players can cure themselves or remain a werewolf. It respects the divergence in values. Some warriors prioritize spiritual purity, while others prioritize combat effectiveness. The corpse in the box, the Night Mother's coffin, contains a literal corpse. It is not a statue or a symbol, it is the mummified remains of the woman who murdered her children. She speaks to the listener telepathically, but the body itself is a physical object that must be transported and oiled. The Brotherhood's reverence for this corpse is the core of their faith. Cicero's obsession with Mother is directed at this gruesome object. The fact that the corpse gives accurate contract information proves that something supernatural is inhabiting it, making the Night Mother one of the most disturbing active characters in the game. The writing on the wallward walls are ancient Nordic monuments that preserve the Thursday Elm. They are literally carved with dragon shouts. The ancient Nords valued the voice enough to etch it into stone across the province. Each wall marks a site of importance, often a grave or a battlefield. The distribution of these walls maps the geography of the ancient Dragon War. Modern Nords walk past them without understanding, as the knowledge of the dragon tongue has been lost to the common people. The justified paranoia Delphine, the acting Grandmaster of the Blades, is often criticized for being abrasive and paranoid. But her paranoia is the only reason she is alive. The Falmer systematically hunted down every blade they could find after the Great War. Delphine watched her friends die and spent 30 years in hiding. Her suspicion of the Dragonborn and her hatred of the Falmer are survival mechanisms. She is trying to rebuild a dead order while being hunted by the most powerful government in Tamriel. The discipline of power, the Greybeards could rule Skyrim if they wanted to. Their mastery of the voice gives them the power to destroy armies. Their pacifism is a choice, not a weakness. They believe that using the voice for violence violates its divine purpose. This restraint makes them more impressive than any warrior. They possess the nuclear option but refuse to use it, proving that true strength lies in control. The monster within accepting the gift of the Vampire Lord is a commitment to monstrosity. It grants wings, magic, and strength, but it makes the player an enemy of the living. It is a permanent alteration, unless cured, that changes how the world reacts to you. It tests the player. Are you willing to become a monster to fight monsters? The Dawnguard DLC supports both paths, allowing players to save the world as a hero or conquer it as a predator. The Lost Paradise, the Forgotten Vale, is one of the most tragic locations in Skyrim. It is a pristine sanctuary of the Snow Elves, untouched by the outside world. Here, the architecture of the ancient Falmer still stands, beautiful and graceful. It shows what their civilization looked like before their enslavement and degeneration. The contrast between this holy valley and the blind monsters the Falmer became is heartbreaking. It is a glimpse of a lost world that can never be restored. The Layers of the Deep Black Reach is a geological history book. Lore suggests it was originally settled by vampires, then taken over by the Dwemer, who built a city within it. Later, the betrayed Snow Elves fled there, eventually evolving into the Falmer who now rule the dark. The cavern is a palimpsest of Skyrim's underground history, with each civilization building on the ruins of the last. The soul of the dragon absorbing a dragon's soul is not just a mechanic, it is a metaphysical merger. The Greybeards warn that the Dragonborn must guard against their dragon nature. Dragons are driven to dominate. The implication is that by absorbing their souls, the Dragonborn absorbs that instinct. Without discipline, the hero risks becoming a tyrant, driven by the same urge to conquer that motivated Alduin. The No-Win War, the Civil War, has no good ending. If the Empire wins, they enforce the Talos ban and maintain foreign rule. If the Stormcloaks win, Skyrim becomes isolated and vulnerable to the Dominion. The war itself destroys the country's resources and population. The moral ambiguity is intentional. Real wars rarely have clean outcomes. The player is forced to choose the least bad option, mirroring the complexity of real-world politics. The missing hero, the Last Dragonborn's fate is unknown. Unlike other Elder Scrolls protagonists, whose post-game lives are often hinted at, the Dragonborn's story ends in ambiguity. The Dragonborn DLC suggests a connection to Hermaeus Mora. Some theories hold that the hero becomes trapped in Apocrypha, replacing Merrick as Mora's champion. Others believe they wander away or disappear. Whatever happens, they vanish from history, leaving only legends behind, the curse of the hero who saves the world but cannot remain part of it.